This took place about 12 to 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened, but I swear I remember it as clear as most days recently. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver, as I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I'd call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house reserve, and outside of this house was what appeared to be a hitchhiker. I obviously thought this was weird as hell, because being rugby season, it was pretty damn cold at 1 a.m., and due to the recent spat of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this hitchhiker because I thought that they would be safer crashing at my parents' for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is going to sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is liken the face to an old, brown, leathery volleyball type thing. I felt my blood run cold, literally, as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was just, funny you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays, but she mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told about the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up from outside that house. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Anyhow, that's my story. Cheers. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around, trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side, and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair. like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, it might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night, and the one after that. At the 1 week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment, but as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. A young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me to tell me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. I wasn't really in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor and tons of people I didn't know would be there. Add the fact that the house has a medium-sized backyard with a pool, and the lighting inside sucks, so you're standing room only in the house and in near dark, with a little more room outside. It was all okay. I did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman with a boy, 7 years old or so, basically attached at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist so tight and was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or not feeling well or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this late-night party. When the party thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What did you see?" I said, "What?" Like I didn't know what she was talking about, because at that moment I really didn't know. She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you could see it. I could tell." I said I didn't see anything strange, but then I said that people shouldn't be bringing their kids to adult parties that run this late, especially when the child clearly doesn't want to be here. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman, and there was no longer a child by her side. So I said, I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home. She looked at me, horrified, saying, "There was no boy. That woman, she lost her son a few years back to cancer." I was told later, even by my parents, that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. Try to rest, little man. Every Christmas, my parents make me go to my grandmother's house in Mississippi, and I hate sleeping there. They have one of those really old houses from the 1800s, and it's haunted as shit. My grandmother's lived there for over 25 years, and she's so used to it that she doesn't even react anymore. According to her, there's a little boy who died of pneumonia, a woman who died in childbirth, and something mean that she doesn't like. But the way she talks about it, you'd think that it was only an ornery squirrel in her attic. The little boy normally likes to run up and down the stairs and sometimes in the hallways. But when I'm there, he haunts the room I stay in all night. Grandma says he wants to play with me because there's never any other kids around. But I'd rather stick to friends that are living, thank you very much. God, I can already see the comments saying they'd love to play with a ghost. I'm sorry, but most of you wouldn't. You think it sounds cool until you woke up to pounding footsteps running around your bed in the middle of the night, and then you'd be freaked out, just like me. That shit isn't supposed to happen in real life. The woman cries a lot, but only at night and only in the room where she died. Grandma turned it into her craft room because no one can sleep in there. Sometimes she'll go in and stuff will be on the ground from where it fell off the desk or shelf. But that's about it for the woman. She doesn't know anything about the mean one. But she has a theory that it might be a Civil War soldier, because one used to live there. He had a reputation for being just as brutal at home as he was in battle, but he died in Gettysburg. So I'm not sure if he could be haunting the house or how that would work, but again, it's just the only theory she has. He's the one responsible for random cold spots appearing throughout the house, and he enjoys scaring people. Grandma always tells everyone to hold on to the handrails when they use the stairs because he's tried to push her down them on more than one occasion. He also messes with women more than men. Mom gets her hair pulled a lot when we're there. One Christmas, I fell asleep on the couch after opening presents and dreamed that I woke up to see a tall, black shadow leaning over me. I tried to scream, but couldn't. Then it stretched out its hand and scratched my chest. I woke up for real, screaming, and there were actual scratch marks across my chest. They weren't bleeding, but they were raised red welts about 6 inches long. The same thing has happened to Grandma enough times for her to think it wasn't a big deal. Last year we were watching The Grinch on Christmas Eve night, and the only source of light came from the tree and the TV. At one point, I noticed my dad staring at the tree really hard, and I tried to figure out what he could be looking at. Before I could notice anything, a shadowy arm reached out from a larger shadow on the wall and hit one of the ornaments. The glass ball fell to the hardwood floor and shattered, causing everyone else to jump. Dad and I were the only ones to see it, but no one was surprised by what happened. The next night, I almost ended Christmas Day by falling down the stairs myself. I wasn't pushed, but the stairs have a landing halfway up and then turn left. I was paying more attention to my switch than my surroundings, so when I turned, I was just inches away from the shadow figure. I don't even know how to describe what I did. I tried to stop, but it was so sudden that I was already on top of it and nearly fell over backwards trying to scramble away from it. The second I touched it, my body went cold, and I got dizzy and nauseous. I even dropped my new switch. That part really sucked. This incident is the main reason I don't want to go back. It's a whole year later now, but I still remember that awful feeling like it happened yesterday. It's bad enough just being there for a few days, but I don't know how my grandma can stand it. When she wakes up to that thing standing over her, she just screams at it to make it go away, like it's a child misbehaving. I asked if it really obeyed her, and she said, only sometimes. I asked what happens the other times, but she just patted me on the back and said, he gets angry. I'll never understand how she can be so calm about this shit. I'm sorry these examples are all over the place, but I've just kind of been writing down whichever one comes to mind, like the year 2 of Grandma's fingers were splinted because they got slammed in a door, or the time that Dad hurt his knee because something grabbed his ankle on the stairs when he was moving boxes into the cellar. But yeah, I think those are all the big ones. I wish I was one of those people who could enjoy this kind of stuff, but it's just not for me. I love my grandma, but I wish that she would come to our house for the holidays every now and then. I'm going to end up with PTSD from going to hers. Hell, that's if I don't already have it. Every time we come home, I still spend weeks jumping at every noise while I readjust to being safe. Though I should probably just be grateful that nothing has followed us back. Anyway, thanks for reading and Merry Christmas. May you all have a better one than I'm going to. The other night I was in bed. I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement at my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one, but this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, and the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me. As I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter, I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. I can't help but wonder if a spirit is somehow making its presence known in our apartment. It all started when I suddenly felt a chilling sensation on my lower legs. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and it was as if an icy breath brushed against my skin. It caused all the hairs on my body to stand up, and at that very moment, my daughter comes rushing to me, visibly scared and pointing towards the kitchen area where her little play kitchen is. She tells me it's too scary in there, still pointing to the kitchen. However, she doesn't elaborate, just cuddles up to me and doesn't move for the remainder of the afternoon until lunchtime. The combination of these two occurrences left me questioning my sanity because I felt scared. The feeling did eventually pass, but just a couple days later, something new started happening. The smell of smoke, repeatedly. There's nothing burning in the house, around the apartment. We don't have fireplaces, Nothing. But the smell is so apparent, it might as well be happening inside the house. Deeply concerned after day 3 of this, I decided to confide in my best friend about the strangeness. I share with her that I have been repeatedly smelling smoke, as if a fire was burning in my room, even though there's no source of fire or smoke to be found. I told her at first I'd brushed it off as an oddity, thinking nothing more of it, but as the days go by, the scent of smoke returns, lingering in the air of my room. She's not as concerned as I am, understandable, but the smoke smell won't stop. The persistent phenomenon urges me to try and dive deeper into any possibilities. Driven by madness, curiosity, fear. No, it's fear. I researched online the best that I could for all possible explanations as to why I can smell smoke in my room when there's no logical source. As I immerse myself in the research, I get past all the obvious explanations that just don't fit my situation, and I'm led down a more paranormal path. Reading, I'm forced to imagine that it's possible we might have a ghost attached to our apartment, or worse, something attached to one of us. Last night, my daughter was in bed, and while I was busy feeding the dog, something extraordinary caught my attention. I glanced towards the entrance gate to our apartments, which I can see from my window, and there it is, a flickering flame, both big and small, just dancing in the darkness. This next part, I can't explain in a way that doesn't make me sound crazy, but it feels as if the ghostly entity is attempting to convey a message to me, using this display or using fire as its medium. Witnessing this, I'm spinning in thoughts of both awe and apprehension. As I got closer to the window, the flames seemed to grow greatly before disappearing entirely. Now, as a mother, I find myself standing at a bit of a crossroads. I'm for sure unsure about next steps. Part of me wonders if I should embrace this connection and even try to decipher potential messages being sent my way. But the other part of me says that I need to seek assistance in banishing this presence from our lives. The uncertainty weighs surprisingly heavily on my mind. I want to protect my family, provide a safe environment for my daughter. I can't afford to move right now, so what should I do? Any advice would be greatly appreciated as I navigate through this situation. Thank you. Once while on holiday, I visited a place known as Bodmin Jail, which is known to be a very haunted prison. It was built a long time ago, and I actually felt the presence of spirits there. So did my mom and siblings. I know this is a short story, but as a fun bonus fact, they're turning the jail into an actual hotel. A lot of people died there. Why would anyone think that that's even a slightly good idea? My mom said that she was going to do something before we left to ensure that no spirits followed us home, but she never actually did it. Then, back at home, I started feeling like there was something in my bathtub. I'm pretty sure the spirit ended up attaching itself to me, and now taken residence in my bathroom. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I just started my junior year of college. I've been listening to your channel for a couple of months now, but I didn't realize the stories came from your listeners until last week's episode. So when this crazy thing happened last night, I knew I wanted to send it in. I'm sorry it isn't more traditionally frightening, but I swear it's true. I tried to debunk it in every way that I could think of, but I just can't explain this. Now, you might be mistakenly thinking that I'm almost finished with school, but I'm a psych major here on a scholarship, so I still have a long road ahead of me. The bulk of my time is currently spent going to class, working in the cafeteria, and studying. I even study while I eat, and the only thing that gets me through it is listening to scary stories. I've always felt like a little bit of a psycho when saying that, but I think the people here will understand what I mean. That's why this is my kind of crowd. I know this all sounds like a long introduction, but I swear it's relevant. I need you to understand that YouTube is my main source of entertainment. I'm not some boomer who's confused by technology. I'm telling you, something weird happened last night. My roommate was out and I was up late studying, close to midnight or shortly after, with a YouTube playlist loaded on my Chromebook. It had been playing with no trouble for over 3 hours, and the current video had just ended. I'm too poor for YouTube Premium, so I have to deal with pressing skip ad occasionally. It's normally not worth mentioning, but this time, the second I pressed it, a female voice screamed, "Get out," loud enough to make me fall out of my seat. That part I'm certain of. The part I'm slightly less sure of is what I think I saw as I was falling. It looked an awful lot like a pale, transparent face had appeared on the screen. From the extremely brief glimpse I got, it looked feminine, but her eyes were missing. Or maybe they were just black. I can't be sure which. Either way, when I pulled myself off the floor, there was only my desktop screen. YouTube had crashed. Then, just as I got my playlist pulled up again, the closet door to my right slammed shut. It had been wide open. There was no draft, and it's never done that before or since. Just randomly closed all by itself. No, not closed. Slammed. I've not only never experienced anything paranormal in that dorm room, I've never experienced anything paranormal in my life. At first, I thought a second ad had started to play and then glitched. I searched on YouTube and Google, but I couldn't find any images or audio that were even close to what I heard. Next, I thought it was a prank, that I clicked a fishy link and now someone had the ability to screw with me. My brother is a computer engineer, and I may have made my story sound slightly more urgent to attain speedier service. I know, I'm an asshole, but I couldn't stand the idea of waiting. It didn't matter anyway. Eric returned my Chromebook with a clean bill of health. His best explanation for my experience is a stress-induced hallucination. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. I don't think I could accept that even if the closet door hadn't slammed shut almost immediately after. I don't really mind the door or the voice as much as I do the face. That thing haunts me. I swear those eyes were blank sockets. I'm going to try to find out if anyone has ever died in my building, but I'm afraid to tell my friends about this. They're all psych majors as well, and I'm torturing myself enough in that department as it is. I really don't need them piling on. Half of me thinks I must be cracking, while the other half knows what I saw. It's maddening. Anyway, I'll send an update if anything new happens, or if I learn that some girl's eyes were brutally removed in my room. Meanwhile, thanks for reading my story. When I was in the 4th grade, I spent spring break with my grandparents in Arizona. They lived in a pretty sleepy area, being retired and all. A short golf cart ride away, there was lots of golf courses, random activity centers, but mostly right around them is just desert. They did their best to keep me entertained, taking us to spring training games, dinosaur museums, a pretty cool zoo. We spent a good amount of time at my grandparents' actual house, though, which I quite enjoyed because they had a pool. Between that and my Nintendo DS, I managed to keep myself pretty busy, spending a good majority of time in that pool. Grandma was a smoker and a night owl, so she was often outside puffing away while I'd be swimming away. One night I was out there alone, my grandparents watching one of their shows inside. At some point my grandma must have come outside because when I looked over toward the back door, I saw her sitting there. It was a little off, though. She hadn't turned on the porch light and was essentially sitting in the dark. But I just kept swimming. Maybe she didn't plan on being out there long. The skies are pretty clear out there. So one of my favorite things to do was to float on my back and look up at the stars. While on my back, I feel something brush against my foot, and before I can react, something is grabbing my ankle. And I mean, I felt the feeling of a bony yet human hand. It wrapped around my ankle. It startled me for sure. Up to this point, my grandparents hadn't gone in the pool, but in the event that it was my grandma, I refrained from kicking my feet around. I positioned myself to stand in the pool, expecting to see my grandma, but I saw no one. As far as I could tell, I was alone, but I didn't feel like it. It felt like someone was watching me. Then there was my ankle. I could still recall the sensation. Within moments of realizing I was completely alone, I decided to go inside. When I opened the back door, I startled my grandparents, both of them saying that they had no idea I was out there, that I was so quiet. But hadn't you heard me or seen me, Grandma? I saw you out there, sitting in the dark like a creep, I joked. Only she didn't laugh. She turned around and looked at me, saying that she hadn't gone out for her smoke. Not yet. I remember contemplating telling them about my ankle, or insisting I saw someone out there, but I didn't end up saying anything, except the next day, I did ask if they ever got any critters around here, and did anything ever get in the pool. They got weird. It's hard to explain, but they looked at each other in a way that made even me, a fourth grader, feel like they were hiding something. They told me no. Well, one did, while the other said, "Not really." Not really? What the heck did that mean? I kept wondering if they knew something. I really couldn't let it go, mentally. But they never said anything else about it, so neither did I. Until I got home. Maybe 2 or 3 days after the whole thing. My older brother Luke, 19 at the time, was visiting from college for his spring break. One night, my family is outside by the fire eating. Parents are drinking, and Luke asks what I did for spring break. So I told him. He instantly starts laughing when I get to the swimming part, and he says something about that being gnarly. Which part, though? I was confused because I hadn't even told him about the weird thing, the part about my ankle or the person. My parents attempted to hush him from saying what he was trying to say, but he wasn't going to not tell me what was so gnarly. So he tells my parents, "Oh, that's messed up, you didn't tell him," all while still laughing. And then he says it. "You know an old dude died in there, right? Like last year, one of Grandma and Grandpa's parties, he just died in there. Heart attack or something. One of their friends." My parents were scolding my brother for laughing, and then my mom started scolding him for scaring me. Apparently, I hadn't moved or so much as reacted to what my brother had said. I was sort of in shock. I knew that I'd swam in the pool nonstop. I also knew something else, something no one else around me knew. Something was in that pool. Something was outside. I tried to shake it off, and I told my brother, "Whatever, chlorine kills all that anyways." I'd learned that from Grandpa himself when he'd treat the pool. But I could never really reconcile it all. I mean, the story my brother tells is unsettling, but the story I didn't tell, it's something I can't really explain. Even as an adult in my 20s, I don't understand it. Was it this guy's spirit? If so, since when can you feel that kind of stuff? Can you really be touched by ghosts? It seems so unreal, yet I have no other explanation for it. I went to the University of Utah and delivered pizza for the campus pizzeria. One night, we got an order for one small cheese pizza, and it was just me and 2 girls closing. The address was on my way home, so I volunteered to drop it off. I'll regret my moment of chivalry forever. When I arrived, the entire house was dark and so disheveled that I double-checked the address. The lawn was overgrown with bike parts and trash littered about the lawn. My first knock opened the door, and I was hit by a putrid, unmistakable smell of death. I ran back to my car to call the police. Later in the news, I learned that a woman killed herself in that house 2 weeks earlier. I'm so glad I listened to that little voice in my head. I'm glad I listened to that little voice and just called the police. If I'd stumbled across a scene like that, I'd never be able to unsee. But what still gives me the chills is who ordered the pizza. My family owns a bunch of land in Virginia, and most of it is forested. There's a short path leading through the woods behind our house that leads to a small graveyard from the Civil War era. When I was younger, I used to camp in the backyard and play ghost hunter. But I stopped after a particularly bad experience 5 years ago. It was the weekend after my 13th birthday, and I'd gotten a bunch of camping gear that year, including a new tent I couldn't wait to use. I set it up in my usual spot and everything was fine, until around 1 a.m. when I turned off the lanterns and crawled into my sleeping bag. I hadn't even had time to start dozing off when I heard footsteps walking from the direction of the graveyard. No one else lives around here, so for someone to be coming down that path, it was either a ghost or my dad trying for a cheap scare. And that's just not something he does, especially if it involves sneaking through the woods at night. I laid completely still and listened to the light but steady pace of something on 2 legs, growing closer and closer. When they stopped, it seemed as if they were only a few feet away. I was frightened, but also excited. In these old Civil War towns, everyone has a ghost story. Yet I lived on top of a cemetery and had nothing. Part of me believed I would unzip a corner of the tent, peer out, and see some soldier standing in the moonlight. Maybe he'd have a hole in his head or a missing leg. Maybe his eyes would glow and his teeth would be sharp. 1,000 images flashed through my mind as I sat frozen with my hand over the tent flap. But just as I decided to look outside, the footsteps began moving again. They were light as before, like a small child, and this time they didn't stop until they were directly next to my tent. The image of someone reaching down to open the flap was more than I could bear. That brief feeling of excitement was replaced by pure terror as a wave of reality washed over me. I couldn't handle the pitch-black silence. I knew I shouldn't turn on a light if there was a real person outside, but I just couldn't stand it. It took a minute of nervous fumbling, but when I finally got the lanterns on, I screamed until my throat was raw and my dad was pulling me out of the tent. With the lantern on its dimmest setting, it was hard to make out what was in front of me, but as my eyes focused, I realized I was just sitting with my face closer to the tent than I realized. Only, as I moved back, I saw that there was actually a very small, perfectly formed hand pressing into the side of the fabric. It had come within just inches of my face. As I screamed, the shape of a small face appeared just above the handprint. It was only there for a second before it and the hand vanished entirely, but the image remains burned into my mind, even now. The next thing I knew, my dad was pulling me out of there. He said he woke up thinking I was being murdered. He nearly fell down the stairs trying to rush out to me. He turned on the floodlights within the first minute of my screaming, but didn't see anyone, let alone a small child. The way I sounded, he thought someone was in the tent with me, or a snake had gotten into my sleeping bag. Something awful. I've never seen him look so scared, but once I explained what really happened, he instantly relaxed, said it was only a nightmare. I wasn't even close to falling asleep when everything started, and I definitely didn't turn the lantern back on in my sleep. I feel like I finally got the story I wanted, but this was a one-and-done thing for me. I have no desire to experience any more encounters. Lesson learned. This is a story about a ghost I saw. I was a teenager when this happened. I was with a friend, and we both saw her. One night, I was outside on my porch smoking a cigarette, and I saw my buddy pull down the street in his beat-up 90s BMW. He excitedly jumps out of the car with the biggest flashlight I've ever seen. You could literally light up a block with this thing, and that's exactly what we did. We flashed the light down the street a few times, flashed it at houses. The dark rooms were suddenly illuminated, and I was really impressed by how bright this thing was. Oh, the simple pleasures of two rebellious teenagers. The whole neighborhood light show started to get old, so we started walking down my driveway towards the house. It was a long driveway, and at the end of it was my garage. My neighbor's backyard was separated from our property line by tall hedges. I decided this was a great place to test the strength of this light before we walked into my house, so I lit up my driveway, all the way down to the gap between the properties. I paused the light for a few moments, and we were absolutely terrified by what we saw next. An older woman wearing a dark dress walked from behind my garage to my neighbor's property. She was looking down at her feet as she was walking, and she disappeared behind the hedges. Her movements were very unnatural. We both looked at each other, terrified. Did you see that? We ran back down the driveway to his car parked on the road. We sat there for a good half hour, trying to process what had just happened. I slept with the lights on that night. There have been other moments in life that I was just as scared. I almost drowned in a kayaking accident. I got lost in the wilderness, had a very bad LSD trip in my early 20s, and encountered what I believe was a young, demon-possessed woman. But this one, it has to rank close to the top of terror level for me. KK was a friend of mine who passed away in May 2016. In high school, he was the life of the party. The daredevil antics he'd perform would sometimes result in him breaking something or getting into fights with the kids whose families actually owned the houses we were getting trashed at that particular night. After we graduated, KK never really got his shit together. He continued the drinking and partying long after most of us had left for college or started working. He was passionate about photography and had a charm that could melt the coldest of personalities. And he was smart, surprisingly smart, yet incredibly unmotivated about any other aspect of life that didn't involve a party or his camera. In our friend circles, and I'm sure this is the same for others as well, if you were to look at it like tiers on a cake, you'd have your best friend on top, your number one trusted friend. Then the second tier, a group of 3 or 4 that you always do everything with, your squad. Then the tiers below are self-evident from one another. This long-winded simile, all to state that KK didn't really have those tiers. He never had a best friend, and he rotated between lunch tables depending on who he was talking to that day. KK was well-liked amongst all the circles of friend groups. His house would be the one that most of us have our best high school memories at. If KK had parents, we never met them, but every weekend his house was filled with bottles of alcohol. The basement of his house looked like an arcade with dozens of large cabinets in rows on the wall. There was an air hockey table in the middle of the room that we would utilize for more than just air hockey. I would attribute the beer pong accuracy I have today to the time spent in KK's basement. When school was out, my chances to attend a party at KK's would start to become less and less. I'd still receive a text every weekend inviting me out, and I'd have to text back that I was working or had previously made plans. One night, a few of my other friends text me that they were going over there to party. I didn't have work in the morning, and as much as my laundry needed tending, I thought it would be fun to get a couple of drinks in, see who's there, catch up for at least a few hours. When I get there, it's like stepping into a time capsule. I find my friends downstairs. A beer pong game is happening on the air hockey table. And I hear KK scream my name before he nearly tackles me to the floor with a hug. The night proceeds and I end up staying way longer than I planned on being there. We're all around the Mortal Kombat cabinet, watching some people play, when KK pulls me to the side and basically confesses a love that he's had for me since middle school. I try to let him down easy, best I can, explaining things in my life are really hectic. I wasn't trying to get involved with anyone while I'm still trying to find myself. Eventually, we managed to turn the uncomfortable moment into a joke, and he and I played a couple of games of asteroids before I left. On one of our last games, he got a pretty high score, and when he entered his initials to the leaderboard, he typed in LUV. I pretended not to notice. Then I went and said my goodbyes to my other friends and left. Later that week, a friend calls me up and asks if I heard what happened to KK. One of the housekeepers showed up and found him at the bottom of the bathtub. Water had been overflowing for hours, flooding the whole upstairs. He'd set up live wires, tightly gripped in each of his hands. Another set of wires in his mouth. All the wires crudely split by a knife that he'd used to hang his departure letter by sticking it into the wall. In the letter, KK wrote of his battle with depression, alcoholism, and mental health. It was worse than anyone could have guessed. At the end, he made a list of all of his things and what he was giving to who. It was really heartbreaking to hear all of this, and I wouldn't have expected to be one of the names on the list. But a little after that, a large shipping truck pulls into my cul-de-sac and delivers a big wooden crate to my porch. It's too big to fit through the door, so the men put it in the garage. I use a hammer from my roommate's toolbox to get the crate open. KK had given me the asteroids cabinet, the one we were playing the last time I saw him. The gesture brought a tear to my eye. When my roommates got home from work that night, I made them help me plug it in. When the screen lit up, it flashed the high scores, and LUV Love still held the number 4 spot. Seeing it made my heart hurt and twist more. I broke down and finally expelled this guilt that I was feeling about KK's death. I didn't know how much I was holding inside until it all came out. I cried and cried, inconsolably, until every tear had fallen and I was too tired to continue. I get in bed and try to fall asleep. Exhausted from all the emotions, I doze off fast, but eventually a sound wakes me up again. The garage wall is the same wall that my bed is on, and I hear the buzzes and beeps of the asteroid cabinet and my roommate slamming away on the buttons. It's enough of a disturbance that I can't go back to sleep. I'm more upset than I probably needed to be. My blood starts boiling at how disrespectful my roommates are being. They knew where this cabinet came from, but it sounded like they were treating it so rough. When I heard one of them shake the machine, I got out of bed ready to unleash hell. I leave my room and I notice the living room is completely dark. It's after 3, and I don't see the light coming from under the garage door like what I'd usually see if the lights were on and people were in there. I walk through the dark living room to the garage door and swing it open. The lights are off, and nobody's in the garage. The only light is the soft glow from the asteroids cabinet. Walking over to the machine felt eerie, but not scary. I know what I heard. The machine's sounds are unmistakable with anything else in this house. But with no evidence of anyone actually playing the game, I wasn't sure what to think. Then I checked the high scores listed on the screen. Now, LUV Love sat in not only the number 4 spot, but also number 3. For a moment, I thought my roommates were playing some sort of sick joke. But then I felt warm inside, almost as though someone had placed a warm blanket over my body. I touched the keys, just stayed there for a moment. Was he here with me? Now? Suddenly, I was speaking out loud. I'm so sorry. I miss you, KK. I thought all my tears had dried up earlier, but turns out there were some more in there after all. I stood crying over the machine for a while, talking. I didn't know to who, but I hoped KK. Eventually, the warm feeling sort of drifted away, and I found myself going back to bed. I never shared this story before. I didn't think anyone would understand or believe me anyways. But I got to thinking about it again, as I'm going to be moving into my first home here soon. My fiancé and I debated on keeping the thing or not. It was a short debate. For some reason, it just doesn't feel right getting rid of something like that. So its new home is my new home, and that feels pretty good. I'm a 26-year-old female who's fascinated by the paranormal, but I didn't always believe in it. I was open to the idea, but didn't put much stock into it. Over the years, that's drastically changed. When my wife and I were newlyweds, we were best friends with another couple. We would travel together, go on double dates. One day, they went out of town, and we agreed to watch their animals. They had a cat, a bearded dragon, a red iguana, and 2 rats. Since I worked near their home, I'd go over in the morning, during my lunch hour, and again in the evening. I was usually alone for the morning and afternoon visits, and my wife would join me for the evening visit. One day during the afternoon visit, I purposely left the lights off because there was enough natural light to see fairly well without them, and I wanted to save a little on their electric bill. I did not touch the lights. After checking on the animals, I returned to work. When my wife and I came back that evening, the outside entryway and hallway lights were both on. I told my wife I was 100% sure I hadn't done it. She thought that someone from their HOA or a relative had stopped by. Or someone had noticed they were out of town and broke in. We each put a car key between our knuckles and entered the house. It was eerily quiet. I couldn't hear any of the animals, and the air felt stale. I could have choked on it. We slowly made our way through the house, looking for any sign of disturbance, and every single light was on. But nothing was out of place. We both relaxed somewhat. I began gaslighting myself into believing that I had somehow turned on all of the lights. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the reptile room, the one that we had just left, and it was so loud that the house shook. We threw open the door, but nothing had moved, not even an inch. The only thing that had changed was the bearded dragon. Its large enclosure was on the floor and had a sliding glass door in front of it. The dragon, who had been peacefully resting just a minute before, was now rhythmically tapping his nose against the glass, over and over again. It was almost robotic. I stared in disbelief. I'd never seen an animal behave like that. I walked to the enclosure, gently sliding the glass door open, and the dragon continued to tap on the glass that wasn't there, before its beard suddenly went pitch black. Then it scrambled out of the enclosure and straight for the exit. Luckily, my wife was able to close the door in time, but once he reached it, he started tapping on it in the same pattern that he had been doing on the glass. Suddenly, on the other side of the door, we heard another, even louder thud, followed immediately by the cat screaming. It was horrible, but I didn't have time to react before we heard clanging and clattering in the other enclosures behind us. The iguana was wildly whipping its tail against the sides and hissing. It was terrifying. I quickly returned the dragon to its enclosure, and he immediately resumed tapping. My wife grabbed the doorknob. I'll never forget the fear and disbelief in her voice when she said that it wouldn't open. I rushed over and started yanking as hard as I could, but the knob wouldn't even turn. It wasn't broken. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. I banged on it, screaming as true panic set in. My head was fuzzy, my chest was tight, and I thought I would pass out. Then it suddenly all stopped. The cat fell silent. The iguana stopped whipping. The dragon stopped tapping. And the door opened easily. When we left that room, the rest of the lights were now off. My wife and I bolted outside and remained silent the whole way home. The next day, I'd almost convinced myself that it was a fluke, that the animals had upset each other. When I told my friend about the weird experience, she replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention we've had a lot of activity lately." "What do you mean by activity?" I asked. She then explained that the former owner, an elderly man, had passed away in the home after owning it for 40 years. Ever since they started the renovations, she'd been seeing a male figure in the corners or at the bottom of the stairs. He would rile up the animals and mess with the lights, but he'd never been violent. Only mischievous, as he was upset about the renovations. After that, I reevaluated my outlook on the paranormal, and now I sure as hell believe. When I was in high school, my friends and I used to go to Black Snake Road to race at night. It was in a rural area with little traffic, and we called it that because it had several hairpin turns. There was also a bridge and a set of train tracks that were exactly a half-mile apart. One night, I was the last to leave after the races. As I approached the bridge, I saw a soaking wet girl just standing there. So I stopped to ask if she was okay. She said her boyfriend crashed into the water and that he was still in the truck. I got out of my car and I ran down the embankment. It was only a shallow creek, and I saw no evidence of an accident. At the top of the bridge, I saw her standing next to my car, dripping wet and crying. There were no cell phones back then, so I offered to drive her home, thinking we could call the police from there. She agreed and directed me to her house. On the ride, she said her name was Sally, and she lived directly across the street from a small church. It was only a few minutes away from the bridge. As we pulled into the driveway, she asked me to go to the door and get her mother. I knocked at the dark house's door and felt a little uneasy. It was after midnight, and I knew that I must be waking every person in the house. After a few moments, an older woman answered the door, and I assumed she was Sally's grandmother. I told her everything that had happened, ending with Sally's request for her mother, and that's when things got even stranger. The lady said that Sally died over 30 years ago. She drowned when her boyfriend missed the bridge and flipped his truck, trapping her inside. Surprised, and not thinking clearly, I insisted that she come to my car. She put on her slippers and housecoat and went to the rolled-down passenger window. I hadn't rolled it down. My old Chevy Malibu had crank windows. They were a pain to use, and I couldn't reach the handle from the driver's seat. There was a puddle in the passenger seat, but no Sally. The lady asked me to walk across the road with her to the church's cemetery. She showed me Sally's grave. The incident started my 40-year pursuit of the paranormal. Since then, I've conducted investigations all over the world, while serving in the military and still afterwards. Ghosts are real. Today, I was walking in the park while it was very windy and raining. In the northwest corner, there's a path leading to a pedestrian crossing where 2 roads meet. That's where I was going when a woman startled me. She was suddenly so close that I assumed I simply hadn't noticed her. She looked to be in her mid-20s, average height. She wore a light blue outfit with a woolen hat. She was walking very slowly despite the poor weather conditions and the fact that it was only 50 degrees out there. I was slightly unsettled and embarrassed for being caught off guard. So I walked parallel with the path to avoid getting too close. I stalled for a bit, expecting her to gain some distance, but when I looked up again, she was nowhere to be seen. I looked around, but no one was there. And the traffic was quite busy. There wasn't even anyone similar enough that I could have mistaken her appearance. No one was wearing a light blue outfit with a hat. She didn't pass me. She didn't turn back. The park is roughly a mile long and over a quarter-mile wide. It was daytime, with very few people around. She wasn't wearing a coat, but her eyes were dark. I'll never forget the slow, creepy way she walked. I know I saw a real person. I looked right at her. It wasn't a corner of the eye thing. Could I have missed something? I want to say that she was a ghost, but it could have just been a real person. The period of time from when I first saw her to when she vanished is very strange. If she was a real person, where did she go so fast? There was at least 50 feet of open space to the nearest cover. I'm a 30-year-old male. I live with my friend, 29-year-old male. Both of us have seen a girl in the house. She's small, dressed normally, not the stereotypical ghost girl. Why is it scary? Because we live alone. We've asked our neighbors. None of them has a daughter or knows anyone who meets the description. It's a big, old house, so we never associated strange noises with anything paranormal. First sighting, I was alone at home. I was getting out of the shower, and in front of the bathroom is my friend's room. There, I saw her standing, looking at a shelf where my roomie keeps his books. I didn't say anything to my friend. He was away visiting family. I must admit that I spent that night at my parents' house. Second sighting. I was in the kitchen when I heard something break in the living room. I thought it was my friend's cat. When I came around to check, I saw the girl standing, staring at me. Nothing was broken. I ran out of the house. Didn't return till the next day. Again, I didn't tell my friend. Third sighting was my friend's. I was on a trip. My friend called me. He was upset. He told me that he saw a girl in the living room, just sitting on the couch. I asked him to describe her to me. She was the same girl that I'd seen. Since then, we've seen it on many occasions. She does nothing. She doesn't disturb us, but it's there. Sightings are quick. There's no time to interact. The child always wears the same clothes, does not look neglected or unattended. We've set up a few cameras, but we've never caught anything. What do you think? We don't feel like we're being watched at night. Things don't move, and there's no strange noises that can't be related to an old house. In first grade, I remember a set of twins named Anna and Emma that I would play with often. My neighborhood didn't have many kids, so they really were the only friends I played with outside of my school. Anna and Emma also never went to my school. In fact, I'm not sure they went to school at all. Here's the thing. I have memories of real girls when I think back to our experiences together as a child. We were always alone. I don't remember us using our voices, but we definitely spoke, almost telepathically, especially them to me. My mom remembers me having imaginary friends and claims that when she acknowledged the girls, 98% of the time it was just to appease my imagination. And the other 2% of the time is why I feel like this story is worthy of sharing. Our house was a split-level house. You walk inside the front door and you either go up the stairs to the kitchen, living room, bathroom, or downstairs to the above-ground basement, bonus room, and extra bathroom. On a very cold winter day, I ran my butt from the snowy outside through the front door. I had to pee so bad, I refused to go to the cold basement bathroom, so I ran up the stairs, unknowingly tracking snow up the stairs. After using the bathroom, I realized I'd dropped my backpack at the door when I'd flown inside. I had to grab it. I heard my mom faintly from downstairs say, "What is it?" in an almost worried tone. I hadn't said anything. Before hitting the steps officially, I hear her once more. "Oh, hello. What's your name, girls?" "You're friends of Jenny's, yeah?" I start down the stairs, and as I do, I look over towards the second set of stairs. It's Anna and Emma. Well, it's the tops of their heads anyway. I pick up my pace. They disappear. They do that sometimes. I hear my mom gasp, but before I can figure out why, water beneath my foot sends me flying down the stairs. Trying to correct myself, I make it 100 times worse, and now I'm flying face first. Before any of that really registers, I'm captured by my mom, almost mid-air. She sort of flies back into the wall with me in her arms. I know it had to have hurt her because she practically took the entire impact of the fall that I'd taken. A fall that was surely going to put me on my face on the cold concrete floor had my mom not been there. I was super scared. I remember almost crying, but my mom was making sure I was okay, then laughing and almost crying, then laughing, so I laughed too. After the shock, just before bed that night, we talked about it. My mom asked if I remembered calling out to her before I fell. I told her that I didn't, but I heard her talking. She gave me a small smile and followed it up with something about if I saw my friends today on the stairs. I told her yes, Anna and Emma. They were there for a moment and then they disappeared. That look on her face is one I won't forget. I've never seen it again. It was like she was using every muscle in her face to show an expression of ease, but she was uneasy. Her smile couldn't quite hold right. I got the feeling that she was afraid of my friends. Later in life, I learned she wasn't afraid at all. She was incredibly grateful. She didn't think the girls tried to harm me. She's convinced they were there to save me. Which maybe makes more sense. I never felt anything bad from these girls. They were, by all accounts, some of my best friends for over a year. I never learned anything more about them. No idea who the previous owners of our house were, or if two girls by those names ever existed there. Oddly enough, for how much time we spent together, I don't remember the last time I saw them, or how we ever actually came about saying goodbye. Sometimes I wonder if they're still with me. The night that changed everything for me began like any other night. I was visiting my grandparents and sleeping in my grandmother's bed, as I always did. However, something strange and frightening happened that I couldn't explain. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling a strange tickling sensation on the back of my neck. I tried to swat away whatever was bothering me, but the feeling persisted. That's when I turned around and saw it. A pale, human hand with long, sharp black nails. It was attached to a figure wearing a monk's robe, and everything beyond the hand was just an unnatural blackness. As I watched, the hand reached out and touched me, and a voice whispered in a calm but dark tone, "Follow me. Where we will go, it is beautiful." Despite feeling scared, I somehow remained calm and replied, "No, I don't want to." But the figure was persistent, responded with a more forceful voice, "Believe me, you want to come with me." And that's when I screamed, turned to my grandmother, who was dazed and claimed that I was dreaming. But the encounters didn't stop there. On another occasion, I was in bed. My mom had just left the room with the light still on. When I turned back to the door, I saw a figure made out of pure blackness, with bright green glowing eyes. I called out to my grandmother, but there was no answer. I turned away and back, but the figure was still there. And then suddenly, it was gone. It wasn't until 12 years later that I would hear a similar story from my stepfather. He told me that he had been up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom when a shadowy figure with glowing green eyes had touched him. He even had a red handprint on his shoulder as proof. He had no knowledge of my experiences, which made it more eerie. To this day, I still don't know what I encountered and why, but I do know that those experiences left an indelible mark on me, and I'll never forget them. I love walking in the woods, but some strange things have happened in the woods. Have you had anything weird happen to you? This is one of the strangest things that's happened to me. It was a beautiful day for a hike in the woods, so I grabbed my backpack and set out on the trail. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed that the sounds of nature had grown quieter. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I saw her, a woman dressed in white, standing at the edge of a clearing. She looked like she was from another time, with a long, flowing dress and a ribbon tied around her waist. At first, I thought she might be lost or in trouble, so I approached her cautiously. But as I got closer, she vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. I was shaken, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to follow her. So I continued on the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the clearing where I'd seen the woman, I heard the faint sound of music. It was a haunting melody, played on a violin. I stepped into the clearing and I saw her again, the woman in white, dancing to the music of an unseen player. She twirled and spun, her dress billowing in the breeze. But then, as suddenly as before, she vanished again, leaving me alone in the clearing. I left the woods that day feeling haunted by the memory of the ghostly woman in white. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched by something not quite of this world. So this happened maybe 2 years ago. But one time, my older sister and I were sharing a room while living with some family members. One night, I was trying to sleep while my sister was on her phone. As I was trying to sleep, I kept hearing seagulls, and I kept thinking, oh my God, why won't she change the TikTok? Finally, I was upset to the point that I sat up, told her to turn it down. She looks at me with wide eyes and says, I thought that was you. My eyes go wide, and I thought, what the fuck? Well, Sis texted one of our guardians because their room was across from ours. Then, my sister and I walked into the hallway to talk to said guardian. I was ahead of Sis and realized, wait, that's coming from the end of the hall, in the bathroom. I told Sis, then started to walk that way. When I got close to the bathroom, I felt this surge of panic, so I quickly turned around, bumped into my sis, and we both ran back to our room. Well, one of our guardians came and checked on what we were doing because we were loud. Then we told them what happened, and one of our brothers came down to see what the seagull noise was. Turns out it was a toy my littlest brother had, but the only way to turn it on was to push a button. We were too scared to go in there, to turn it off. Well, thankfully, one of the grown-ups did. But then later in the night, it went off again. Then the next day, when my sis and brother were home alone, it went off again. Finally, my brother put it outside in the snow. This was only one of many paranormal experiences I've had. I'm a 28-year-old male, but this happened when I was just 15. I loved smoking weed back then, so I was basically smoking with my friends every day. I grew up in the UK, and my town was pretty big, with a population of nearly 100,000. The place I lived was like an estate full of houses. I had a best friend at the time who lived about a 20 to 25-minute walk from my house. But in order to get there, you had to walk through a wooded area that led to a big lake that you could walk around to get near his house. So one day, randomly, I was out with my friend who I just mentioned, plus many others, when we noticed a lot of police presence in the area, near the woods. Plus, there was a police helicopter in the air. Being curious, we followed the police to the woodlands that separated our houses. We went through the woods to the lake where the police and ambulance workers were, along with many bystanders at this point. We got there and started asking people we knew what happened. We were told that a young boy around the age of 7 had drowned in the lake, near the path where everyone was gathering. Over the next couple of days, police were trawling the lake, looking for the child. They knew he was there because his friend had ran for help when he fell in and couldn't get out. 2 or 3 days after he slipped in, the authorities found the young boy's body, which was big news in my town. No later than 24 hours after the boy was found, the local council installed a black metal bench on the footpath near where he had died, with a little plaque commemorating his life. Okay, so that very next day, I was out with my friend over near where I lived. We were getting high with a bunch of other friends that we knew. By the time we were done getting high, we decided to go back to his house to sleep because my mom would have gone crazy over the fact that we were high. We started to walk back to his house at around 11 p.m. It was really dark out. We passed my house and eventually got to the woods. We walked through the woods and got to the start of the lake. We started walking down the side of the lake, down the path towards where the kid had drowned and the bench was. We were just talking nonsense as high teens did, when I noticed that there was a man sitting on the bench. Now, I was a little bit freaked out by this, but I didn't say anything yet. It was 11 p.m. near the woods in the dark. It was creepy, but when I got a little closer, I noticed that I could see what the man was wearing. He was dressed as a priest. You know, black jacket, white collar. Upon seeing the priest, I sighed some relief because I just presumed he was praying or something. Most likely for the kid that had drowned in that spot 4 days earlier. So after noticing this priest, I just watched him sit there as I got closer and closer. I didn't say anything to my friend who was right next to me, but we collectively stopped talking once we noticed the man. As we got closer, it was more obvious that he was a priest. And then, once we got within 5 meters, he was gone. I felt like I blinked and he just disappeared. When we were walking past the actual bench where I'd seen him, there was nobody there. But if he was to have just gotten up and walked away, I'd have seen him. It's a one-way track. After I got to the bench, I turned to my friend, who was just as confused and spooked as I was. I asked him if he'd just seen that man that sat on the bench. I didn't want to say what type of man because the way he was dressed was very obvious as to what type of man he was. But as I asked him, "Did you see that man that sat on the bench?" He said, "Yeah, the guy dressed like a priest." When I tell you my heart sunk, I can't explain that feeling or that situation to this day. What gets me is I purposely asked my friend if he'd seen the man. He corrected me by saying the priest. If it was a person, they'd have to get up and walk away from us in a straight line down the path, which we'd have seen, or they'd have to walk past us. This happened a while ago, and I guess I would say it's not your traditional ghost story. My experience was with one of my dogs who'd passed away. I was grieving her, missed her more than the others, it seemed, maybe because she was my last one. A few months later, I had a dream about her. I saw her laying there with a big pile of puppies all over her. She was the happiest ever. She told me, please, not to grieve her, but instead to be happy because she finally found her sole purpose. And that was to care for all of the motherless pups on the other side. I don't normally remember my dreams, and this was one of those dreams where I remembered more details as the day went on, and I thought I should pay attention to it, that it was important. Thanks for listening. I work at a private impound lot in a big city. When I started this job, I was nervous about my safety. I'd never done any security work, and I have 3 kids to support, along with a diabetic wife, but I was assured that there was nothing to worry about. Apparently, just having someone present is enough to keep most people away. It's a small lot, and we don't deal with vehicles used in crimes or anything like that. Most of our business comes from wrecks or people parking where they shouldn't. And those are usually the kind of people who pick them up on that same day, disgruntled and annoyed, but not dangerous. On the extremely rare occasion that someone tried to sneak in during the night, it was usually to retrieve something left in the car. That's only happened to me once so far, and I let the guy grab his stuff just because he was civil about it. Overall, I get pretty comfortable pretty fast. It's an easy job with benefits and a lot of downtime. This last week, we got this wrecked truck. It wasn't totaled, mostly just cosmetic damage from where it had ran into a guardrail. The driver had a stroke, and luckily no one else was involved. But he wasn't so lucky. He wasn't going too fast, so by the time he hit the rail, his speed was down. Unfortunately, that's where his luck stopped. His only family members live in another state, so that means the truck was ours until they made arrangements. It was a red 2-door Dodge Ram 1500 with untinted windows, and it sat in the slot closest to my booth about 30 feet away, so I had a great view of it. Normally, I just pass the time by reading or scrolling through my phone. I don't actually have to leave my booth unless it's to deal with a trespasser. Well, the first night we had that damn truck, I was reading some random article when I saw something move from the corner of my eye. When I looked up, it was just in time to see a head duck down inside the Dodge, like someone had gotten inside, saw me looking, and dropped out of sight. My blood was instantly pumping. My heart could have beat right through my ribcage with the way that it took off. I know some people are all about that adrenaline rush, but it's just not my drug of choice. I stared through the truck's back windshield for a solid 10 minutes before finally making my move. I figured I could just wait for whoever it was to come out, but if he managed to get inside and shut the door without me noticing, then I couldn't risk taking my eyes away for a second. Next, I tried to call out from the booth. I promised the guy I wouldn't call the cops as long as he left without any trouble, but there was no response. Finally, I had no choice but to go over there. I only had a taser as I crept toward the truck, but I didn't need it. The vehicle was empty. I knew I had seen someone, but I could only watch the live security feeds. I don't have access to the system controls. There was nothing I could do except assume I was hallucinating, so I went back to my booth. After a little time passed, it became easier to believe that I'd just imagined the shape of a person in the shadows. But almost 2 hours later, the horn suddenly went off by itself. It was a good 3-second blast that nearly knocked me out of my skin. It wasn't the alarm, just the horn. And once again, there was no one around. Half an hour later, I was back to reading and still wary. I kept looking at the Dodge every few minutes, and I eventually saw the shadow person once more, but it didn't duck down like it had the first time. It seemed to be looking straight ahead, out the front windshield, with its hands on the wheel. Also, Its head was shaped a little funny, like it was wearing a hat. I stared at it for almost a minute, just to be absolutely certain I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. Then I dashed out of the booth one last time. In the split second my eyes were off the figure was all it took for it to disappear. My shift ended less than a half an hour later. Nothing more happened. That was on a Friday. The truck was picked up on a Sunday. I'm completely fine never seeing it again, but I feel like that had to be the old man's ghost, right? I never experienced anything like that firsthand until then. Later, I found the man's picture in the obituaries, and he was wearing one of those funny-shaped fedora hats, just like what I saw on the shadow. Last Thursday was my first time ever getting knocked out. My friend said I got dropped twice, but I don't remember the second one. The Acacia Strain had a show at the Ace of Cups in Columbus. Me and my friend Tanner are on the edge of the pit, and there's this dick making circles, swinging and windmill kicking the ring of people forming the walls of the pit. People that obviously don't want to mosh or else they'd be in there kicking and swinging. I hate those kinds of people at shows. Hated them before this incident, hate them even more now. The building was packed, making it impossible for me to just scoot backwards. Courteous moshers respect the fist-out barrier. This dick was not. I never got his name, so I'll start calling him Richard, so this won't get flagged for how many times I reference him. The Acacia Strain were only a few songs in when Richard made his way back around to our part of the circle, still jumping backwards into people on the outskirts with haymakers and Chun-Li spin kicks. I see him coming, and I have my arm stretched out. But Richard chose not to respect the unwritten rule others abide by. I was told he'd made solid contact with his elbow to my chin. Tanner could hear the crunch over the blaring music. My eyes rolled into the back of my head, but I don't collapse because of how packed the room is. My body couldn't fall anywhere. The last thing I remember is putting my arm out. Tanner told me my eyes roll back forward, and I tried going after the guy before he could stop me. It didn't end well. What I remembered next was the medic asking me questions outside. I couldn't breathe through my nose, and it felt like a bowl of water was sloshing in my head. I'd also lost a tooth. It was bad enough that they decided to take me in the ambulance to the hospital. This is where my memories differ from what Tanner tells me. When we got into the ambulance, I remember seeing another woman in there, dressed in street clothes. What I thought at the time was that she'd also been hurt at the show. But Tanner says it was just he and the medic sitting back there with me, and the medic was a dude. I swear, though, I could describe this woman perfectly. I was conscious the whole trip. At one point, we made eye contact. Tears had smeared makeup down her cheeks. Her hair was long, straight black. Her eyes were also black, like she was wearing those colored contacts from Hot Topic. She was hauntingly beautiful, so much so that I instantly became self-conscious, knowing I'd just gotten the shit kicked out of me. I probably wasn't in the right vibe to be talking game to this girl. She also didn't look like she was in the right space for that either. I tried to stop myself from turning and gazing up at her, instead trying to focus on Tanner and the medic talking guitars. I was disappointed by my own cowardice for not even introducing myself. She wasn't in the ER waiting room, and believe me, I searched. That's when Tanner was like, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Trying to find the girl who rode up here in the ambulance with us." He made a confused expression, but his eyebrows were raised like, uh-oh. He might have been hit a little harder than I thought. I didn't believe him when he told me that there was no one in the ambulance with us. I went as far as going to the front desk and asking if a girl matching my description had checked in right before me. I explained she'd taken the same ambulance as us, but the woman said no. It was a slow night, and the waiting room was practically empty. To this day, I still question if she was real or not. I could smell her perfume, feel the pressure of someone's knees leaned up against the side of the stretcher. I don't know. It all felt pretty real. I grew up in a small town. When I was little, every so often my dad would get home a bit later than usual. When I'd ask why, he'd say that it was because he gave the can lady a ride home. The can lady was a short, thin woman in her 50s who could always be seen picking up cans on the side of the road. Everyone knew her. She didn't have any other job. Collecting those cans is what she did all day, just about every day. She was such a town fixture that many of the businesses would specifically save their cans for her, too. And when it began to grow dark, she would simply hitch a ride from wherever she was. Within a few minutes, someone would stop to take her home. She lived in a small house with her husband, and she'd been collecting cans since her early 20s. In fact, those cans played a large part in putting her children through college. The only problem was that she sometimes kept going a little too late, and it would be full dark before she started hitching. She was also known for walking too close to the highway. She was so comfortable out there that she could grow careless. More than once I heard my dad say that he always made sure to give her a ride because he worried that she'd end up getting run over, or worse. But as a kid, you never think that stuff will really happen. But it does. It happened when I was 10, and the whole town mourned her. She'd been walking along the shoulder after dark when a sleepy trucker came along and hit her. The guy was so messed up about it that he had to be sedated. I don't think he faced any legal issues, but I was too young to take much notice if he did. There's a lovely memorial by the accident site. It's still there to this day, and enough money was donated to pay off the final year of her youngest daughter's tuition. Within a week or two of her death, several people were claiming to see her around town at night. My mom believes in ghosts, but my dad is one of the biggest skeptics you'll ever meet. He made sure to drill into my head that people were only grieving, and soon enough, they wouldn't see her anymore. I grew up to be a pretty big skeptic myself, but there are two instances that have always troubled me. It wasn't too many weeks later that my dad came home pale and dazed. He'd been driving home from work when he caught a glimpse of her. She always wore the same faded blue baseball hat and carried a giant trash bag full of cans slung over her shoulder. She was a hard lady to mistake. Anyway, it surprised my dad so much that he slammed on his brakes in the middle of the road and reversed. But nobody was there. Even if he had mistaken someone else for her, there was nowhere for them to go. A few weeks after that, my mom, who worked at one of the hotels, met an elderly couple passing through town. They arrived late and shaken up, claiming that they almost hit a woman as she tried to cross the highway. They came incredibly close to crashing into a guardrail, but managed to stop on the shoulder. The husband was so worked up, he got out of the car to confront the woman, but she was gone. The description the couple gave matched the can lady perfectly. I always wondered if my dad fell victim to his own grieving theory, but I don't know how people from hundreds of miles away could imagine the exact same person. I'm almost 40 now myself, and overall, I don't really know what to believe. But I thought it was an interesting story to share. This story may be hard to believe, especially since I don't have the photo at hand, but I promise I'm telling the truth. When I was a kid, I went on a church service trip to New Orleans. Our aim was to help clean up remaining damages from when Katrina hit. About midway into our trip, we helped remove brush and debris from some old plot of land so that a playground could be built. We were all ecstatic because the day was incredibly productive, and we really believed that the spiritual forces of good, godliness were at work through us. That night, we visited Bourbon Street to have dinner, listen to some live music, and celebrate the work that had been done. At some point, one of the church leaders was taking pictures and pointed her camera to the sky, facing a distant casino. The sky was clear, no clouds. She snapped a photo, and when the screen displayed her photo, there was a silver-looking face, smiling heinously, while clasping his hands, protecting the casino. His face seemed metallic with many wrinkles, if you can imagine the Heath Ledger Joker, but without eyes, a huge mouth, no teeth, and many wrinkles, like fabric being pulled in multiple directions. That's what it looked like. It had wet-looking orange hair that draped about midway down its face. Its nose was half missing. The entire group went hysterical when they all looked at the photo, and the rest of the night, we were disturbed. The joy that we had felt all day instantly went away. Few of us slept. I had a variety of hallucinations in the dark, of demons falling into me. I didn't get any sleep. There were a few girls in the room next to me who I could hear crying in terror about what had just taken place. I say all of this to illustrate how the incident felt like a direct, successful attempt to hijack our spirits of positive energy. One person in the group tried to come up with multiple natural explanations for the incident, but the leader who took the photo always had new details to explain how there wasn't a natural explanation for what had taken place. This incident alone has been enough to keep my agnostic ass alert and aware of all possibilities. The security company I worked for had a contract with a construction company as they renovated the cafeteria of a high school. We set up a little shack on the property, then connected a bunch of cameras in strategic positions all around the building that would feed back to the shack. Then, every hour, I'd walk the premises with my flashlight. It was a pretty good gig. The high school was out in the suburbs and in a nice neighborhood. I think it was a private school. There was a lot of money sunk into the architecture of this building, and there was a family of deer that would eat bread if I threw it to them. I bought 1,000,000 loaves at the gas station and probably overfed those deer while I was there, but you gotta entertain yourself somehow. Because it was such a nice neighborhood, my boss only assigned one guard per shift, and usually this was great. I'd use the time to read or play my Game Boy, but the last week I was there, an incident happened that really freaked me out. I'd been out walking, making my rounds. It's a hot summer night, and I'm waiting for my deer friends to arrive. I stood there with my loaf of bread in hand, tossing slices like a frisbee into the field, when one of the alarms starts ringing. I didn't have to check the security cameras to see where the disturbance had come from, because when I turned to start going towards the shack, I saw that one of the library windows had been opened all the way. The windows on this library are big, and they move like a garage door. I shine my flashlight towards the window and catch someone halfway hiding behind the curtains. Their legs up to their shins were completely visible. They were wearing black pants and were barefoot. When the light hits the long white curtains that partially concealed him, he took off running into the dark library. My adrenaline spikes and my hands start shaking. This is my first real pursuit. I trained in kickboxing and could run marathons back in those days. I wasn't afraid that I couldn't catch him. I was afraid that he'd have a weapon on him when I did. All I could do was chase after him, screaming at him to stop and that I'm permitted to use the gun that I've been issued to deal with trespassers. I was bluffing on the gun part, where permitted pepper spray, handcuffs, and a baton. I'm forced to abandon the loaf of bread and grab the extendable metal beating stick from my belt while holding my flashlight with the other. Then I run through the curtains into the library. Exit signs are the only source of light besides what I have. There's too many places to hide in a library. I listened for running feet, but the library was silent. He couldn't have run so far out of ear's range that fast. The walls and floors just beyond the library are made of large granite stone and bricks. I should have been able to hear what direction he was running with how he bolted. Thinking that he's most likely hiding behind one of the many bookshelves, I cautiously work my way up to the front of the library and flick on the lights. But the electricity is turned off due to construction. I pan my flashlight across the library, left and right, and I see him again. This time he's standing behind a shelf that reaches chest level. He ducks down and knocks a few books onto the ground. He's too fast for me to get a description of what he looked like besides an eerie, pale white face, with what I thought was a black sleep mask covering his eyes. When I get to the row of shelves, he's no longer behind them. He's crawled a few rows down. My flashlight spots his legs crawling behind them, and I rush after. But somehow, in the brief moment, my light isn't on him. When I go around the books, he's gone. My arm hair stands on end, and it's hard to control my breathing. It feels like I'm going to hyperventilate. Then the gears holding the window in place start to click faster and faster, and the whole thing comes crashing down with a boom that shakes the floor. The glass shatters into pieces on the floor. Instantly after the crash, I heard bare feet running through the commons behind me. As the footsteps echoed away, I ran the opposite direction, back through the window and straight to the shack. None of our cameras were inside the school, so I switched back and forth between the perimeter cams, looking for the guy, but nothing turned up. I spent the next hour dreading having to go out again. The alarm is still ringing in the distance, and I start to think it's not hooked up to anything because nobody's shown up to inspect it. None of my bosses are answering their phones. The best thing I can think to do is go take pictures of the broken window. When I return to the library, the bent metal window frame is once again in a locked position, wide open. Seeing this breaks my last nerve of courage, and I run back to the shack and lock myself in until I'm relieved of my position. When my coworker arrives around 2:50, I see his car headlights pull into the property. I have the door open and ready for him to come in. The company belt's sitting on the desk, waiting to be strapped on by the next protector of this construction site. When I walk outside, the alarm is no longer ringing, and I leave without telling him about the library. All day I'm expecting to get a call where I have to explain what happened to their big expensive window. But the day goes by and nobody calls. Another goes by and no phone calls. I'm supposed to return for another shift the next night. I'm obviously anxious getting there, terrified by any sound I'd hear outside the shack. I skipped my first couple of scheduled walks, but willed myself to get out there at least once. My legs were hurting from sitting and I needed to stretch anyway. I gather my things and remember to take the camera. Maybe it hasn't been seen yet. I didn't know how thorough the other security guards are on their walks, though I couldn't believe anyone would have missed it. I walk through the grass instead of the concrete walkway in hopes to mute my footsteps from I don't know who. I'm disappointed when I don't see the deer in the field, but I notice the loaf of bread I dropped is gone. Around the corner, I lift the camera up to my eye. The garage-style windows closed this time. Then I put the camera down again. The window in front of me was now fixed. My astonishment led me to walk up to the glass and knock on it. It wasn't my imagination. What I was looking at was real. A window of its size and specifics. It couldn't have been ordered and replaced in 2 days. What could this mean? I really don't know. My grandmother had dementia. Could it be possible I had an episode at 40? I wasn't contacted about it either, and a discovery like that would have definitely warranted some sort of check-in. I got on the computer and pulled up the alarms program. It keeps an automatic record of its activations. But it didn't have any inputs from that night. I got real close to the glass, peered in with my flashlight. The library was exactly how I remembered it being. The scene played out in my head like a movie. I could almost watch it playing out in front of me. All the way up until my flashlight moves over to where the man had ducked behind the shelves, and I saw that the books were lying on the floor from where they'd fallen previously. A foreboding energy filled my body, and I stepped away from the window. The rest of the night and that week, I didn't go to that side of the school. I'd make a C shape around that property, pretending that that corner didn't exist until we were done. So in the past, I've only ever encountered ghostly experiences that have been frightening, even if I didn't really feel like the entity meant harm. Well, recently I started a new job. One of the things I was told was that the aircon is rarely used, as the building is somehow always chilly. Just a note, I live in a hot climate, so it's not really a normal thing. Nothing seemed off except sometimes people would get locked out of rooms even though they hadn't turned the knob to lock the door. This also happened to me once. Still, didn't think anything of it until I was alone in the building for a while. And I heard what sounded like someone pottering around in the kitchen. There's only 2 ways to get into the building. One entry was solidly locked, and the other I would have heard. Plus, if anyone came in that way, they'd have walked right past me. I checked the kitchen. No one. A little odd. Today my boss was in the office chatting to me. There were some strange noises from the front room. Like someone knocking, but with an object, and inside the building. My boss investigated, but didn't find anything or anyone. Later, the aircon had been switched on, yet no one had done it. There are only 3 of us working today, and no one put it on. It's only been in the past 24 hours that I realized which old building I'm in. I'm just going to call it Albert's building. In the past, I'd heard shopkeepers in that building complain about a ghost. Last night I dreamed I was getting phone calls from a little boy ghost. I should also point out that the room I work out of has a super thick and oppressive atmosphere, almost like the air has weight to it. I find it very hard to focus in that room. The thing is, however, I don't feel scared in the building. If anything, I feel sort of like it's a friendly spirit, mostly because even though it's chilly in the office, I still like the aircon to be on. The other day I turned it on and another woman turned it off. I'd been a bit too stuffy. I feel like the cheeky ghost put it on for me. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just mechanics of an old building. Who knows? So I live in a little farming community in Virginia. Nothing out here but cotton and peanuts and, well, apparently ghosts. I know that there was at least 2 in the store, but now apparently only 1. Number 1, he or she likes to knock things over, especially when we're talking about him or her. Him or her also likes to appear as an orb in the security cameras. Number 2, the one I'm fairly sure isn't there anymore, was a kind of, what's the word? Can't think of it. A spirit stuck in a cycle, so to speak. It was a dude in a black hoodie. Now I could easily say that it was just a trick of my eyes, were it not for the fact that I saw him over and over and over, or occasionally mistook him for a customer or one of the 2 men that I work with. The first time I realized I was seeing a ghost was when I saw this man walk from the Coke window to the beer window. I thought it was my coworker James fronting the cooler windows, only for James to then walk inside as he'd been walking the trash to the dumpster. I got kind of a cold pit in my stomach when I realized the person I saw wasn't technically there. A few times I was shocked that a customer had managed to get in the store without the doorbell ringing, saying hello as is required by the company, only to check security cameras beside my register and realize the floor was completely empty. So I began to be more cognizant of what I was seeing. The pattern happens like this. The man starts at the sodas, walks to the single beer window, then disappears. I started talking to him because I'm mouthy. You can't drink beer anymore, man. You're dead. You can think I'm crazy if you want, but my other coworker Sam has seen him too. I guess I saw him about 15, 20 times in total, but one day I saw him do something different. Instead of walking from the soda to the beer, he started at the beer window and started walking down the candy aisle towards the register, then disappeared. After that, I've never seen him again, so personally, I hope this means that bro finally found his way out of the store. Rest in peace, my dear beer-drinking friend. You know how sometimes the day just gets away from you? Time passes like both molasses and the speed of light. There's times where so many things happen in a day, it's hard to remember any of it outside of a chaotic blur. Even if I think I have stored something away in the remember to tell someone about this bank, a slew of meetings, several phone calls later, I've lost it. Many a story is likely lost this way. I'm only saying this because I just came to that epiphany when I remembered something crazy weird that happened to me yesterday. I'd even forgot to tell my wife about it because I'd gathered too many other stories about my day that took up the conversation. Yesterday, I'm standing in the elevator alone at work. It's the middle of the day. I felt an ice-cold hand grasp around my wrist. It wasn't like a scary grasp. Almost like a child was grabbing my arm and then quickly pulled away. When I felt it, I didn't think to recoil away. My first thought was, there's definitely nobody else in this elevator with me. That was weird. I didn't even bother turning around. Just accepted what had happened as a bit creepy. Then I got off on my floor and went straight to my desk. And that was that. Does this story bring up any, oh yeah, I forgot that happened, little repressions for anyone else? Or is it just me? There's a skate park 3 blocks away from my apartment, but there's always a bunch of kids hanging around during the day, so I prefer going at night. It's absolutely terrifying how careless children can be with their own bodies. You'd think a broken bone would be enough to slow them down, but it only seemed to encourage this bunch. Well, maybe what happened to that Andreas kid will finally scare some sense into them. But I won't be around to find out, one way or another. The boy was only 12. He was trying to do his first flip and landed directly on his head. They're not supposed to be allowed to skate without a helmet, but you know how kids are. Last night, the family chose to end life support assistance, and he passed away shortly after. I went by the park earlier this evening, and it was already empty, so I stopped to make a few runs. I was in the middle of the straightway when I heard someone else coming up on me, fast, really fast. It sounded like they were about to run me over. I panicked and jumped off my board. It was a less than graceful maneuver that ended me flat on my ass, but when I turned to curse the idiot riding my tail, the night fell silent. No one was there. I stayed down for several minutes, scanning the area, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Eventually, I wrote it off as being on edge, got back on my board, skated for roughly 10 more minutes, just long enough to completely drop my guard before it happened again. I was in the middle of turning around when I heard someone barreling towards me, and this time, I caught a glimpse of a small form as I lost balance and fell over. It looked like a young boy. Luckily, I was wearing a helmet, so the impact only left me a little shaken, but once again, no one was there, and all was silent. I don't know what to make of all this, but I wasn't sticking around to see what happened next. I only looked back when I was halfway to the next block. A lone shadow figure stood, unmoving, just outside the light of the street lamp, and the item held at their side was clearly a skateboard. I guess that could have been any kid standing there. But it couldn't have been just any kid that almost ran me down twice. There was absolutely nowhere for them to go. At the very least, I would have heard them riding away. I didn't know what else to do, so I came here. I feel a little better just sharing the story in general. Thanks for reading. Update. Hey again. It's been 3 days since I posted this story. I wanted to let you all know that I'm not the only one who's had an experience at the park. There's a convenience store down the street that all of the skaters use. I ran into one of the older kids this evening. He noticed me on the way out. I could tell he was trying to work up the nerve to talk to me. I wanted to know if he saw anything strange, just as badly, so I brought it up first. His look of relief was unmistakable. He quickly launched into his own story. He too had been knocked over by an invisible skater, but he also claimed to have heard someone crying when he first arrived. He said it was the loud, anguished cry of someone seriously injured. He tried to locate the source for several minutes before the sobs fell silent. There was no trace of anyone else in the park. It's been pretty slow over there since the accident. The guy was clearly shaken up. I'm not ashamed to admit that his story completely changed my plans. I'd half convinced myself that my own experience was pure imagination, paranoia. But then this kid comes along, with not only the same story, but an even worse one. Well, no thank you. I've seen enough to last a lifetime, and there's plenty of other parks in the city. Today, my 4-month-old Malibu started barking for no reason. He normally only barks when meeting new people, but this time he was barking at a table in our living room, and he just wouldn't stop. My family was in the dining room, so my dad tried to call the dog over, but when he still wouldn't stop, Dad went into the living room. That's when he noticed the dog was just standing there, barking at an empty table. I heard the commotion from upstairs and came down to see what was going on. Not only was he barking at nothing, but at some point, he started growling and walking backwards, like something was right in front of him. This was very out of character. He was in full defense mode. We even called his name and walked in front of him to show that nothing was there, but he would not stop. Then, he turned his body sideways and started barking at another spot, like he was following something around the room. After a solid 5 minutes of barking, he stopped. We took him into the den where my mom spoiled him until he calmed down. He seemed fine for a bit, but when she let go of him, he ran back to the living room. Only this time, he was standing at the end of the hall, almost like he was scared to go any further. After another 20 minutes, it was time for bed, so my parents took him to their room, where he usually sleeps. A couple of minutes later, he vomited. He's only done that once before, and it was right after his first car ride. I just wanted to share this because I found it really weird. He's our first dog, and we've only had him for a little while. But I've always heard that dogs can see things that we can't and sense spirits. I wonder if mine puked from stress from all that barking. Either way, seeing him in his little defense stance had me distraught. It just didn't make sense. I don't want to creep myself out for no reason, but it was a weird thing to witness. I was holidaying in Mazatlan, Mexico. I'd been sick and stuck in the hotel as soon as we got there. I finally felt well enough to go to the beach with my husband. He had heard all the cautions about the beach, which I had missed. Apparently, there was a bit of a riptide, and I don't really swim. I got on a paddleboard and was splashing around. I realized I was too far, slipped off the paddleboard, couldn't find the bottom, and started to panic. Then there was a voice and a pair of hands. "Here, let me give you a hand." I was lifted up, and then the voice. "Let's just fix this first." My swimsuit was adjusted, and then I was placed back on the board and pushed towards shore. I got to my feet, turned around to say thank you, and No one was around. For yards. I stumbled up the beach, found my husband, who hadn't been watching, asked if he'd seen anyone near me. He, and the others near him, said that there had been no one around me. I thanked my guardian angel. I've been on the road for what seems like a lifetime. Endless stretch of highways, the monotony of passing miles, lonesome nights have all become companions of mine. I'm a truck driver, or at least that's what I do for a living. I guess most would call me a tough guy, but trust me, I've seen things that would make the bravest of folks tremble in fear. Just a couple of years ago, I was driving my beaten-up rig along a desolate stretch of road, somewhere between reality and the darkness. My eyelids weighed heavy, but it was just a few more hours until I reached my destination. You see, those nights, they're the loneliest, when the highway becomes like a sort of canvas for strange, unworldly encounters. As I continued on, my eyes caught sight of something that made my heart seize. There, walking across the bridge highway, appeared an ethereal figure, consumed by a flowing white dress. Time seemed to slow as my truck hurled towards her, and I prepared to hit the brakes, praying she'd move out of harm's way. But just as my old rig shuddered, the ghostly apparition vanished into thin air. Now, at a complete stop, I looked forward, around, even behind. The road lay empty before me, and everywhere else. My mind questioned what had just transpired. I remember doubt danced within my thoughts, conjuring memories of ghost stories shared around campfires as a child. I stumbled out of my truck. My legs felt like they were carrying the weight of 1,000 years. Fear mingled with curiosity compelled me to get a closer look. Stepping onto a now desolate bridge highway, the concrete beneath my boots seemed colder than any place I'd ever known. As if it had absorbed the essence of that white figure. I searched frantically for even a trace of her presence, a shred of evidence to validate what my eyes had witnessed. But there was nothing. No footprints, no lingering scent. Just an overwhelming void where she had once been. It was as though she'd stepped out of one reality, melted into another, leaving me questioning my own sanity. As I climbed back into the cab of my truck, a chilling realization. The woman in white, or whatever she was, couldn't be real. It defied all logic, all reason. No living being could just vanish without a trace, without a flicker of evidence. Yet, she had. Now, whenever I journey across those dark, lonesome highways, an eerie feeling never really leaves me. It's as if the invisible veil between the worlds has been lifted, revealing the existence of the inexplicable. Who was she? Why did she choose to haunt that bridge highway, briefly entering my reality and then vanishing forever? When I was around 10 years old, my cousins and I used to spend time at our grandfather's house. We would play at scaring each other in his dark room. The last person to leave would win the game. One August day, after we had just started playing, I saw a figure in a black cloak walk right by me before disappearing into thin air. I was obsessed with ghosts, so we tried to communicate with the entity. I told the others that everyone needed to wait outside, except for myself and one other person to serve as a witness. The others were only supposed to come in and turn on the lights when they heard me say the word lamp. Once they were gone, I held out my hand, and I asked the entity to hold it. After a few seconds, I felt something long and sharp touch my thumb. I panicked, started repeating lamp, until the others came in and turned on the lights. My 6-year-old cousin, who had stayed in the room, was sitting on the bed, trembling. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he saw a figure with very long nails holding my hand. Apparently, Something from another world touched me. I was so scared that I've never tried to communicate with it again. I'm almost 40 now, but this happened in the late 90s when I was still in high school. Dad managed a restaurant in the evenings, so he wasn't home. But Mom was in the kitchen. My brother was watching TV in the living room. I was using the old computer in my parents' room, and in the corner of my eye, I clearly saw 2 legs walking towards the door. I assumed it was my brother, but when I turned, nobody was there. And the door was half shut, enough to make it impossible for my brother to squeeze through it. Then, I suddenly froze with an eerie feeling in my gut, but I slowly brushed it off, and I returned to what I was doing. A week later, my mom and I were talking in the living room, and she was standing in front of the 3 large mirrors. As she was talking, I saw a blurry shadow figure run across one of the mirrors. I interrupted her mid-sentence to tell her, and she freaked out. Nothing really prompted these experiences. I haven't seen any movies or read any books that would fuel my imagination. I hadn't even told anyone else what I saw. Another week passed. My dad came home after just making friends with the building manager, Rick. Apparently, one of the tenants on another floor had quietly passed away about 2 weeks ago, and they'd been sitting there in their apartment ever since. Needless to say, this shook me to my core. Dad didn't know about my recent experiences. I knew that it was that poor person's spirit that had been wandering the building. I never got a negative feeling from it, so I can only assume that they were just lost, trying to let us know. I have no idea what stretch of highway it actually is, but about 3 or 4 years ago, just before the pandemic, my boyfriend and I were driving back to Portland from Reno. It was probably around sunset, so not even fully dark, not fully light either. We turned around a bend in the road, and we saw, coming head-on, a semi-truck. It looked like it was in our lane. It looked real. Completely caught off guard and terrified, my boyfriend swerves into the other lane, which would be otherwise oncoming traffic, to avoid this semi-truck. Before he can even fully make it into the other lane and we get closer, it just disappears. There was no sound, no wind. Everything other than us now being on the other side of the road was normal. My boyfriend quickly corrected himself to get to the right side of the road. I turn my head. He looks in the rear view. Nothing. No truck. No anyone. So about 3 months ago, I was on my way home from my second oldest son's house. It was late evening, but still daylight. The road I was traveling was a state route, 2-lane. The area, rural, with a combination of cornfields and woods, with quite a few hilly areas. Traffic was fairly light. At one point, I come upon a fire truck blocking the roadway. Road was closed, so I turned around and, being familiar with the area, made my way around the closure and went on. I texted an old colleague from the local sheriff's department and asked what was going on with the closed road. Now, before he answered me back, I had an overwhelming feeling hit me, telling me to just stick around in the area. There's a cemetery close to that area that I go to quite often. I record videos and audio. So that's where I started heading to. I then get the response. It's a fatal crash with a car versus truck. Head on. Female driver deceased. And she's from the area. After I pulled into the cemetery, I got another message. This one had 2 photos attached to it. I opened the attachments, and it was as horrible as I imagined it was. One photo was of her car, totally destroyed. Sheet still covering the driver compartment. Obviously, bodies not visible. There were 2 firefighters in the photo, one standing at the driver's door, looking down into the car. Next to him was the medical examiner, I believe, who was also looking down into the driver area. The second firefighter was standing on the passenger's side at the door. He too was standing down, looking into the driver area. All 3 had a somber look on their face. The look made you think that they were thinking to themselves, what a shame, what a waste, too young, etc. Now, in the background of this photo was what you'd expect to see: a fire truck, another emergency vehicle, and of course, trees and so on. It's still light out, with clear skies. Now, I've been given the deceased driver's name because due to the career I retired from, I'd dealt with her on several occasions, and he knew that. He too had to deal with her a couple of times. Now, as I sat there in the cemetery, looking at this photo, I kept getting that overwhelming feeling that I was missing something in the photo. And that inner voice, if you want to call it that, kept telling me to look again, keep looking. So that's exactly what I did. I kept looking at it. Finally, something said, enlarge it. Zoom in on the 2 at the driver's door. It was almost like something was begging me to keep looking, to not stop until I found it. So that's what I did. And then it was like a hammer hit me in the head. Every hair on my body stood up on end, all at once. I gasped for a breath of air. I became physically sick to my stomach. As I'm writing this, I have tears in my eyes. I'm fighting not to cry. As I stated, I knew this female, but it had been a few years since I dealt with her. There was no denying it. In that photograph of the crash scene, just behind the 2 EMS workers standing at the driver's door, was the face of the deceased driver. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And for me, there's no denying that she was standing behind them, looking down into the driver's compartment. The look on her face was the look of complete and total shock, like she was staring at her own body, crumpled up in the floorboard area, asking herself, why? What have I done? What about my daughter? She leaves a 5-year-old daughter behind. I took a screenshot of the enlarged photo to show the deputy. He's somewhat of a skeptic. The following day, I went to see him. I got the full story of what apparently took place, but I showed him the screenshot. I won't release the information out of respect for the family. They've paid too much already. But the look on her face was explained a bit more when I heard what led to the crash. I told the deputy I wanted him to look at an enlarged version of the photo. When I held it up for him to see, his face instantly, without hesitation, went white. Eyes opened wide, jaw dropped. He gasped for air and looked at me, saying, "That's her." There's no way. It's not possible because she's dead when that's taken. Now, I've shown that photo to a limited number of people just out of privacy for her family. But everyone that's seen it all have the same reaction. They see her face instantly without being told what to look for or what they might see. In the photograph, her appearance is what she looked like several years ago. Original hair color and style. In the 23 plus years of my job, I've seen a lot of death. I've had people, including children, literally die in my arms. And I've handled a lot of crashes with fatalities, where I took the photos, etc. and I have never had this happen. I had heard of it, but didn't really believe it could happen. Well, I'm no longer skeptical of this type of thing taking place, where death was instant and traumatic. In the 3rd grade, I had an experience where I lost a chunk of time. 4 months later, things were mostly back to normal, except I started having trouble sleeping. Sometimes I would just lay there, wide awake for up to 6 hours, and it eventually wore me down. My parents took me to a doctor, who said the issue was probably related to scary movies and late-night TV, which was obviously not the case. I wasn't even allowed to watch that kind of stuff. Regardless, my parents became even more strict with screen time, and I was given herbal tea before bed. Minimizing my screen time was one of the most frustrating things I experienced in my adolescence, so when my family went to sleep, I snuck in the living room. I was too afraid to turn on the TV, so I looked out the window instead. I usually didn't see anything exciting, but one evening, I saw my dad's best friend, Tony, standing on the sidewalk right outside of our apartment. It seemed very odd, like he was waiting for me. As soon as I pulled the curtain back, he was staring directly at me, smiling and waving. He was one of the first friends my parents met when they came to America. So I always knew him as Uncle Tony. He would usually slip me $20 when he came to visit, so I always made sure to greet him first. I gestured for him to come upstairs, and the moment I turned to unlock the door, there was a faint knock, so I quickly opened it. I invited him inside and offered to wake my dad as I brought an extra chair from the kitchen. Tony walked in, smiling, and I hurried to my parents' room. They were already sitting up asking if I opened the front door, to which I proudly announced that Uncle Tony was here. Dad ran to the living room to find the door open and the kitchen chair in the middle of the room. He was furious, and he wanted answers, but I thought Tony had just gone downstairs to get something. After confirming that wasn't the case, Dad locked up and sent me to bed. I was so confused. I didn't know if I'd been dreaming or sleepwalking, but I knew better than to argue with Dad right then. I woke up at 10 in the morning, hoping Dad would leave for work before I had to face him, but I could hear my parents talking. Mom was crying, and Dad was on the phone. I came out of my room. Mom called me into the living room. She asked if I really saw Uncle Tony the previous night. Her eyes were red and puffy. When I said yes, she looked at my father in pure astonishment. Dad sat next to me and explained that Uncle Tony couldn't have been here because he passed away in a car accident on his way home from Tijuana. I burst into tears for many reasons. Even as I write this, my throat tightens because I loved him. He was like family. My parents gave me a look that was very sad, serious, and a little frightened all at the same time. And they said, if I see Tony again, to tell him we all love him and miss him. I never did see him again, but I think about him often. I did, however, realize that if I could see Uncle Tony, I might be able to see other spirits as well. I don't believe in heaven or hell, but I do believe there is an existence after this one. And all these years later, I'm still discovering new things. Of the many encounters I've had since, some entities were innocuous, and some were absolutely horrifying. In my mid-20s, I worked at a subacute rehab facility. Generally, these places exist to help those who are struggling after an accident or surgery, etc. helps regain their mobility and quality of life with the help of physical therapy and around-the-clock nursing care. I worked in the dementia unit. These patients were long-term, and most ended up living out the rest of their lives there. Although it was called the dementia unit, our patients were comprised of those suffering from permanent or long-term brain-related conditions. These included dementia, Alzheimer's, comas, strokes, traumatic brain injuries, and brain tumors. These are the experiences I had while working there. 1. A disembodied hand. I had just clocked in for the evening, and I received a report from the day shift nurse. I was standing at the end of the hallway with my back against the wall, reviewing the notes that I'd taken from the previous nurse. Whilst reading over my slip of paper, I felt what could only be described as a hand dragging its fingers horizontally across my abdomen. I jerked back and looked around, but I was completely alone. 2. The Call Light Symphony. Although I don't have a particular story about the call lights, it was a normal occurrence to have call lights in empty rooms triggered. Even in rooms where the wires attached to the call button were unplugged from the wall, some nights the nurses would be forced to respond to several phantom calls for empty rooms. 3. The Empty Room Ghost. At the very end of one of our halls contained a habitually empty room. The heat/air conditioning unit was broken, so patients were never placed there. The nurses and aides would use that room for privacy during personal phone calls, to poop in peace, or whatever else required some seclusion. One evening, I headed into that room's bathroom to touch up my makeup and fix my hair. I left the door slightly ajar while going about my business. I was putting my hair up in a bun when the bathroom door slammed shut behind me. Mid-heart attack, I spun around and jerked the door back open. The room was empty. The time it would have taken a human to exit the room would have been longer than what it took me to open the bathroom door. I'd also like to note that there was no furniture in the room, nothing a human could have hid behind. I'm convinced it wasn't a living person who slammed that door. 4. The Last Farewell. One patient we had residing in the long-term unit was a middle-aged woman with severe Down syndrome. She was mostly nonverbal, save for a couple of words she would utter randomly. She was very sweet and always had a smile on her face. It was my turn to help her eat dinner the night this story takes place. She didn't have the motor skills to eat properly, so I spoon-fed her while we caught up on some cartoons on her TV set. But this particular night, she acted completely out of character. I didn't notice at first because I was engrossed in the show we were watching. I failed to notice her attempts to get my attention. She finally resorted to using grunts to call me away from the TV screen. When I did finally notice, she seemed overjoyed with something. Her mouth was stretched into a wide grin, and she was pointing at an empty, dark corner in the back of her room. I could clearly see the corner, but nothing else. I looked back and forth between her and the corner, but I couldn't understand what she was trying to communicate. She was pointing, giggling, and waving at apparently nothing in the corner. I tried asking her what she was trying to show me. Simple yes or no questions that she could nod and shake her head to. I became uneasy with her actions because I knew she was seeing something I could not. After I finished up feeding her, I walked back out into the hallway and was immediately approached by a fellow nurse. My stomach sank, and I felt queasy while she told me that the next-door neighbor of the woman I was just feeding had passed away during dinner time. 5. The Window Watcher. Not my story. This was told to me by a fellow nurse. My friend, let's call her Mary. She worked the night shift at the same rehab as I did, but this story takes place years before I was hired there. Mary was close to one of her patients, and she went out of her way to make her feel special. The patient was an elderly woman with no living family and was chronically lonely. Let's call the patient Emily. When Mary bonded with Emily, it became a habit of Emily's to wait by her room's window, which faced the employee parking lot. So when she saw Mary walking up to the building, she could wave. This became a special occasion for Emily, and the two would wave to one another before and after Mary's shift while she traveled to and from the employee parking lot. Then Emily fell ill and was unable to get out of bed for a while. Every time Mary pulled up for work, she would check to see if Emily was waiting by the window. When she didn't see her, she would know walking in that Emily was sick. This went on for a few weeks. Mary would pull into the parking lot, hoping to see her sweet patient up and out of bed, waiting patiently to wave at her. But then one day, Mary showed up at work and saw Emily standing at her window, peering out over the employee parking lot. Mary was thrilled and hopped out of her car and gave Emily a gleeful wave. But Emily stood motionless, didn't react to Mary's exuberant greeting. Puzzled, Mary headed into the building only to quickly find out Emily passed away earlier that day. I hope you enjoyed these stories as much as I enjoyed sharing them. When I was really young, I used to see things that weren't there, quote unquote. Now, before you recommend a psychiatrist or anything like that, know that I've already had my fair share of testing. I'm sound of mind, and kind of most importantly, what I know I saw and experienced as a child, I haven't experienced anything like it since. It was always the same two individuals I'd see, as well as a dog. Well, half a dog anyway. Not as creepy as it sounds. There was a man. At first he was really just a shadow. I assumed he was a man because he towered over the other, and when he was around, it felt a lot like when my grandpa was around. A jolly, older spirit, for sure. I only ever saw him as a shadow man, but call it imagination or keen sense, I knew what he looked like. I knew that he was an old man that wore one of those hats that you'd see golfers wear sometimes, round and flat. He wore a sweater and had a long beard just like my grandpa. He wasn't mine, though. In fact, I think he was the grandfather of the other spirit I would see. When I would see them together, it was joyous and familial. The girl always seemed to be in or around my room, whereas Grandpa Spirit liked to hang out in the common areas, even outside sometimes. I didn't and don't know who these two really were, but I like to believe that they were something to each other. The younger spirit, again, I think she may have only been a shadow at first, like in reality, but in my mind I knew that she was about my age, a little younger. She had blonde hair, brown eyes, wore a light-colored pink or purple dress with white stockings. She liked when I would play with my dollhouse, and even when I wasn't playing with it, I would see her sitting with my dollhouse, one of those Fisher-Price ones. She was there, sometimes in the day, sometimes in the night, but I sensed that I always sort of felt their presence, if that makes sense. Okay, lastly, the half-dog. I say that because it always seemed to be rounding a corner. You could never really ever see more than its back hind legs or just the backside in general. I would chase it sometimes, but not once did I ever find anything around the corner. As a child, I remember thinking, silly boy. I guess where it all got a tad frightening for me was when my mother got uncomfortable, especially when I was asking her about the shadow people, the ones that lived in our house. She wasn't fond of me asking about the puppy either. Her uneasiness made me wary of my friends, but not really. It's where I think that kids have a sort of sixth sense. I continued seeing these friends or spirits until about the 4th grade. We moved out of that house a year later, but I remember thinking for a good time before that, I wonder where they went. I don't share these stories because I found these spirits harmful or scary, but because I genuinely want to know if others have had experiences like these, maybe specifically when you were a child. So I used to live in a small town in rural Canada. There was this old folks' home for the mentally unwell that was closed a long time before I moved there. During the day, people would go to the property and hang out in the well-kept grass and trees. The town still took care of the surrounding grounds for this specific reason. The actual building was locked up, but teenagers would break into the building to basically scare themselves, myself included on a few occasions, usually with 5 or so people, a little bit drunk or a little high, but even stone cold sober, it was lots of fun, probably due to feeling somewhat safe in numbers. And literally nothing actually happened that couldn't be easily explained with logic, noises, papers shifting, etc. Inevitably, the large group of teens that we would make too much noise, and the cops would get called. One night, me and my best friend, whom is a serious skeptic, decided to break or get into one of the parts of the building that no one had gotten into before. This time, just the two of us, because the more people you bring, the more likely the police are to show up, mainly due to a disturbance being called in by someone living across the property. We've had to book it from cops before, and we didn't want to tonight, especially if we were going to find a place that no one had ever been before, where we didn't know the exits. To get an idea of what it looked like, 5 stories tall, with the 4th and 5th stories making a slight tower jutting from the middle. Old brick in the front. Modern cement blocks that were painted over, like in schools. At the back, that's where you could tell that stuff was added in later years. The newer parts of the building had been broken into by kids a lot, but the main building had thick metal doors, and the windows that might be able to be opened were on the 3rd story. The whole thing looked like an old school, church, asylum, all cobbled together. There were other little structures around the main building, pool house, gymnasium, all ransacked by us idiots. Not the main floor of the old building, though. We climbed on the roof of the boiler room at the back of the building. We did this by piling up furniture debris we found in one of the ransacked storage buildings, behind the main building. We pulled off one of the plywood covers nailed over a hole in the roof, for a skylight or a missing vent, not sure. That led into the boiler room. We used the pipes along the ceiling and walls to climb down. This part of the building still looked semi-modern. You could tell that it was added closer to when it had closed. There was an exit that only opened from the inside, so at least leaving would be easy if needed. Me and my buddy are pumped at this point. The pipes made it easy to get down, and everything was going good as it could. We make our way to the back of the room. We find the door leading to the untouched main floor of the building. We're half expecting the door to be locked like all of the other thick metal ones. But it opened with a real achy creak, loud against the silence. The door opened to the middle of a hallway, leading left or right. First thing we noticed, dust everywhere. It had made a 1/4 inch of film on everything. We both went right, as it led into an interesting-looking main area with sheet-covered furniture. We used our phone screens as light, took a couple of steps into the main room, and it hit me like a train. I'll try my best to phrase this understandably. All of a sudden, I feel sick. Not throw-up sick, but I'm gonna die sick. Like my brain said, run, leave, escape. Now. I started shaking for no reason. It was so jarring. If I had to compare it to something, it felt like someone was right behind me, with the intent to end me. It was weird because of how sudden it was, like a switch went off. I was excited and positive, right up until that point, and then I was convinced we were about to get jumped or murdered. I looked at my buddy, and his face had the same expression of what I felt. Genuinely terrified, white as a ghost. I think that might have scared me even more, honestly, because I've never seen him like that. Neither of us saw anything at this point. No ghost, no distinct noises after the door creak, no creepy dolls or skeletons. just thick dust, sheet-covered furniture. It made no sense that I felt so threatened, and looking at my friend, I knew he felt it too. Without saying a word to each other, we turned our heads and walked toward the boiler room. We didn't tell each other that either one of us wanted to go. We just started backtracking faster than we came in. I'm leading us at this point, and my blood ran ice cold when I noticed something on the other side of the door we left open. A set of fresh-looking footprints that led down the left route of the hall. We both went right to get to the large main room. The prints were positively not ours. As we got closer, it got worse. The footprints started 8 to 10 feet from the door, in the middle of the hall. It looked like a person had teleported 10 feet from the door, mid-stride, and walked the opposite way and around the corner. We booked out of there as fast as possible. Thank fuck there was an exit in the boiler room, because I can't imagine climbing up those pipes in a panic. Literally never went back to that building. On the way back to his house, I asked my buddy what he saw, and he said he saw the prints, noticed how far away from the door they were. So, I know that I wasn't just seeing things. I'm an atheist. I don't have a good explanation for this, and I'd really love one. To clarify, we didn't see them appear. We saw them after they had been made, and they looked as new as ours. Bonus fact, the tower, it had a window at the top. Some people claim that they could see someone standing in there at night sometimes. There were a couple of times when I swear something looked like it could be in the window before this whole incident happened. But I guess it could easily just be my mind playing tricks. This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits. I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes, dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out. A few years ago, my ex and I were 8 years into our relationship and still living in a small Manhattan apartment. We were having serious relationship issues and separated a few months later. But we were together long enough for her to know weird shit happens around me. For a span of 4 or 5 months, the paranormal activity was so out of hand that I started documenting it. But unfortunately, I no longer have the evidence. We were experiencing new occurrences almost daily. There were strange noises. Things fell over when no one was near them. Doors opened by themselves. And occasionally, we saw white or black orbs. The orbs flew around insanely fast, and they often vanished through a wall. But there was one thing in particular that really pushed me to document everything. We had all of our gaming systems on one TV, but I ran out of PS3 and Wii games at the time. Normally, we only used the Xbox, but that was mostly just to play music through our phones or watch anime. But we also had a Connect that was always on. One day, we were listening to music when we noticed the Connect screen registering 3 people in the room. But we were the only 2 home. It was also impossible for a person to be where it indicated. We had bunk beds in that spot, and a huge pile of clothes was covering the top bunk. Yet the Xbox showed someone standing inside the bed and clothes, not on top of them. We reset the Xbox thinking it was a glitch, but it still showed a 3rd person in the same spot. After that, we started turning on the Xbox every day just to see if it was there. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But when it was, it would either stand still, wave to us, or move in a way that resembled dancing. Knowing no one would ever believe me without proof, I recorded a few short videos. On another day, we were listening to music and playing cards when the music suddenly stopped for no reason. Confused, we looked up to see the voice command had been activated, but neither of us had said anything. That's when I started a log in my notepad app. I wrote down everything I could remember and when it happened to us. In total, I had about 2 months' worth of entries, but nothing happened for the next 2 days. Then, on the 3rd day, I heard someone in the bathroom, but no one was inside. I noted this in the log, and just as I hit the save button, the phone was pulled out of my hand. Startled, I picked up the phone and made an entry for that as well. After using the bathroom, I went back to playing Assassin's Creed. I sat down, grabbed the controller, and placed my phone on the bed. I got a text right after, so I sent a quick reply and put the phone back in the same spot. A few minutes later, I was bored with the game, and I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to go out for dinner. She did, so we began getting ready to leave. I changed pants and immediately went to grab my phone, but it was gone. Like myself, my girlfriend, hadn't seen it since I set it on the bed. I went on a rampage checking the entire room over and over. I was just so confused as to where it could have gone. I even stripped off all of the bed's blankets and shook them out, but I still didn't find it. I gave up for the time being and decided to finish getting dressed. Just as I went to put on my scarf, I looked down to see my phone on the bed, in the exact same spot I originally left it. I asked my girlfriend where she found it, but she hadn't touched it. She thought I had found it. There was no explanation. In the end, I simply put it in my pocket and went to dinner. A month later, it disappeared again. Only that time, I never found it. Two years ago, I was 19 and taking online classes while staying with my father during quarantine. My father and uncle started going out to see friends on Thursday nights, and Dad taught me how to use his gun in case of an emergency. My uncle's warehouse is attached to our home, and it was recently broken into. Between the warehouse and the house is a piece of land where my uncle parks his truck. And that Thursday, almost a week after the break-in, I was pretty nervous. But I knew it was a way for him to de-stress, so I just asked him to come home early. 2 hours later, my uncle called to say that he left his truck unlocked with the keys inside. It was midnight. I went outside with only my phone for a light. I took the gun with me, but only because I thought that I might need to use it on an animal, not a person. We have some dangerous feral dogs around here, and I've been attacked by one. 10 yards away from the truck, I heard heavy steps. It definitely wasn't an animal, at least not a dog. I ran, opened the truck, and in total desperation, shot at the ground. I heard it drop to the ground, but there was no cry of pain, not from an animal or human. I jumped into the truck, locked myself in, and cracked the window, hoping to hear anything. But all was silent. Almost crying, I called Dad, and he said to use the headlights to see what I shot. I turned them on, but there was still nothing. I couldn't even see where anything dropped in the tall grass. Dad came home minutes later, and he tried looking for blood, but he couldn't find anything either. This wasn't our first weird experience in that house, but it was the creepiest. Now I can laugh about it, and my uncle jokes that I shot a ghost. Does anyone know what else it could have been? At age 8, I woke from a vivid nightmare at 4 a.m. It was about bright green locusts and porcelain dolls. I laid awake for a while, too spooked to go back to sleep, but eventually I went downstairs to watch TV before school. I was sitting on the sofa, and to my right was the glass door leading upstairs. From the corner of my eye, I see a light up there, and when I turned, I saw a figure. It was a glowing, pale blue shape, with an open robe and hood. There were no facial features, just two shiny red eyes. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand. I've never felt terror like that before. I slapped my hands to my face, hiding my eyes from the figure. I felt trapped. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I had nowhere to go. My only options were upstairs, past the figure, or through the kitchen behind me. With a rush of adrenaline, I ran straight upstairs with my eyes closed, right by whatever might have been standing in the doorway. I dove into bed and hid under the covers until my dad got up for work. I kept going into his room asking if he was getting up soon, and he eventually went downstairs as I followed behind. There was no sign of anything, but my heart was still racing, and I was terrified. I followed Dad all the way to the bathroom and virtually stood behind him as he peed. Finally, I found the courage to tell him what I saw, but he was a skeptic and said it was just my imagination. I could almost believe him. I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror and the paranormal, but I'd never experienced anything like this. The whole feeling of it was strange. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even all these years later. I thought the nightmare could have sent my imagination into overdrive. Or that light was reflecting off of the glass panels, and my brain processed that image of the phantom. There's only one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. When I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly was a big silver Persian that my dad thought was hideous, hence the name. This was a very docile cat. You could do anything to her, and she would just keep purring. She didn't have a bad bone in her body. When I followed Dad through the kitchen, I saw Fugly on one of the dining room chairs, tucked under the table. When I bent down to look at her, she was severely spooked. Her eyes were saucers, her fur standing up straight. She was nearly twice her size. I put my hand towards her, but she hissed and scratched my hand hard enough to draw blood. This really stayed with me. She'd never acted like that before, nor did she ever display that behavior again after. So, that's my only experience.
I love the paranormal and I'm pretty open-minded. What's your opinion? Do I have an overactive imagination, or could it have been something else? Has anyone seen something similar?
When I was a kid, we'd drive 12 hours to visit my grandma twice a year. She had an old house in the middle of nowhere in South Carolina. The only other building near her was an old mechanic shop down the road. My mom has always been weirdly into spiritual stuff and paranormal investigations. She used to take pictures in the dark, trying to capture a ghost. Every time that we would get the film developed, there'd be tons of dark photos taken in all sorts of locations. She'd point to dust particles and say that they were orbs, while my dad would laugh and say it was only dust. One night at my grandma's house, I was looking for a toy in her bedroom. The lights were off, and it was really dark in there. It's weird that I went in there at all. I used to be really afraid of the dark. I saw 2 dancing lights on the front of the dresser, and I almost shit myself on the spot. I ran to my mom in the kitchen and told her what I saw. Of course, she ran to get her camera and started snapping pictures, but there was nothing there anymore. It was probably just a reflection or something, but Mom still took tons of photos. She developed the film when we got home, and the pictures were all normal, except for one of the wardrobe. And that one, it had 2 bright lights on it. They looked nothing like the dust particles in Mom's other photos. I showed that picture to my friends for years after, but unfortunately, Mom was also a hoarder, so it was eventually lost. I kicked myself for not keeping it in a safer space, but I was just a kid. Still, I think that what happened is really cool, even if people don't believe me when I tell them about it. I moved into my apartment 9 years ago. Before the early 2010s, when it was converted into lofts, it was a factory. I wanted to make this post because I've had some strange experiences over the years. Experiences that have led me down the rabbit hole of an unsolved murder from 1998. I'm mostly wondering if this will line up with anyone else's story. Shortly after moving in, I was living alone and had fallen asleep in front of the TV. When I woke up, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that definitely wasn't there when I fell asleep. The puddle was roughly 1 foot in diameter, and there was no obvious explanation for it. There were no air ducts or underlying pipework, and I wasn't drinking anything that could have fallen over. It was too thick and viscous to be water. Plus, it smelled like coconut shampoo. After cleaning it up, I called my parents to get their opinion. They said to keep a lookout in case there was a leak somewhere else that was simply coming through in that area. It never happened again, but that's what prompted me to start checking this stuff out on the internet. When I searched for explanations of liquids appearing, it eventually led me to a discussion about poltergeists. Initially, I rationalized that poltergeists only existed in places where some form of trauma had occurred. And I wasn't sure if that was true in this case. I wasn't a true skeptic back then, but I've never been the type of person to poke the bear, as they say. Long story short, that's when I learned my building used to be a factory. In 1998, the owner was murdered in the parking lot. And, while the case is technically still unsolved, an officer was quoted as saying they know who did it. There just wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. Upon learning this, I understood the connection and began mentioning the story to others in the building, along with my strange liquid experience.
I figured this murdered soul wanted to be acknowledged, and ever since I started telling the story, nothing else has physically happened. Though, recently, I've started suspecting other types of experiences. For the past year, whenever I work in my home office, I get a sense of being shot in the head. At least, what I imagine it would feel like. It happens when I'm awake. They aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts into it. It's really hard to explain. It's like a memory of a car passing by, and suddenly, I feel my head clock back violently. This has been a reoccurring thing that comes and goes. But it only happens at night. I think the spirit is trying to communicate how they felt when they died. When I first started researching the murder, I didn't read where the victim was shot. It was only when I went back to review the articles that I realized it was a mob hit with a getaway car. 3 men shot the victim, once in the head, twice in the stomach. The murder happened at 7 a.m., and occasionally, my stomach will randomly hurt at that time, only to be completely fine the rest of the day. Has anyone had similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease? Oh, and another element of this murder is that after the victim was killed, people found out that he had a mistress in Florida who was married to a famous Miami chef. The location of the murder was in Toronto, Canada.